Hello, good morning. And of course, we. Oh, that would explain the passive ambient static. My mic was not plugged into my computer, so it was just grabbing the PlayStation mic. Okay, doo 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 doo. Did I? Okay, looks like I disabled the border on the game capture, which, yeah, that's probably the better decision. Like a controller mic. Yeah, the way my microphone is currently set up is it's just a headset mic, but because the headset doesn't have a very long cord, I plug it into a PS5 controller and then plug the PS5 controller into my computer. So if my mic is unplugged, if my headset is unplugged, it defaults to the mic on the DualSense 5 or DualSense, I guess. But yeah, I think not having the border on the gameplay is probably gonna be better because like that's a lot of real estate on like that right and bottom edge that would have otherwise been just used for just outlining. So like that's an entire extra like 60 pixels that I could be using for like actual stuff and things. Are you not streaming in 16 by 9? Yes, I am. 16 by 9 is the default. The maybe I don't understand. The output is a rectangle. My stream output is 1080p. 1920 by 1080. Maybe Twitch is being wonky? Twitch, are you being wonky? I'm seeing black bars on the other side. Interesting. Is your window like just too wide or something? Because on my stream manager, the display is kind of small, so I have black bars on top and bottom. No, no, fuck, not Prey. Don't launch Prey. Prey is not a game engine. Hidden taskbar. Nice. Twitch not accounting for all user configurations. How do you mean by hidden taskbar? Like this is just like collapsed down to not be there unless you like bring your mouse to the bottom of the screen? Hidden taskbar isn't standard. Literally free extra screen real estate. Well, I mean, I like being able to just glance down and see which applications are currently open. But it is annoying when I take like a 16:9 screenshot and then I can't just set it to be the window. Like either maybe some of it just gets put behind the taskbar. Okay. Yeah, that I do not like that. That's annoying. Like if it was like I could hold down a button to pull up the taskbar, maybe that would be interesting. But just having it like automatically slide it up and then covering up shit, I don't like that. At least at an initial glance. Windows key also brings up the taskbar. Yes, but I would prefer it to be like a toggleable thing. So like I would like the ability to disable I mean, I guess it's like it only happens when you get to like the very bottom pixel. But still that's I could see that being kind of annoying. Windows. Windows. Oh, you stupid piece of shit. That's hilarious. It's physically putting it under the monitor and then sliding it up. So if you have a monitor above another monitor, it's visible on the bottom monitor and then it slides into place. Oh, that's hilarious. Oh, interesting. That doesn't happen on my right, on my top right monitor. I wonder if that's because my top left monitor is set as my primary monitor. Maybe that has something funky with it. Hmm. Interesting. Windows 11 jank, possibly. The increases screen real estate is neat. If Discord is up, or if I'm watching a streamer video. If I'm watching a streamer video, I'm probably just going into full screen anyway. Or rather, either I'm going into full screen, or I don't mind it being just like regular, just the YouTube embed, not embed, just the typical YouTube display. Yeah, I can definitely see how that's useful. I just can't imagine that having an extra half inch on the bottom of the screen matters to too many people. Okay. I think... Okay, I do have a very, very jank level transition set up. But I think I'd rather want a more solid one. Because right now what it does is whenever I collide with the level goal, it goes up to the current top thing, grabs the level ID metadata, and then grabs the level underscore metadata +1, slot that in, .tscn. So it's very, very jank. I think Godot has a built-in level increment system. I just can never remember how to use it. Although one thing that's annoying about the hidden taskbar is for my upper monitors. Like you kind of have to slowly move over and then quickly like go back up to put the mouse on the taskbar. That's kind of tedious and annoying. But I could definitely see myself using the automatically hide taskbar at least for streams, because it does make the it makes the display capture cleaner. The most annoying thing is when you're trying to move windows. How is that annoying? You have to go at hyperspeed for it to register you want to switch the screen? No. No, it kind of just goes. Do you have something that's like if you try to move it, it like snaps it to the edge because it's like, oh, you want to maximize, or you want to do the fucking half screen. Like for Windows 11, that's like kind of annoying. They have this weird, and now it's not wanting to appear. Snaps on all edges except the bottom one. That's interesting. Also, now this thing isn't appearing. Snapping on edges sounds convenient if you only have a single monitor. Actually, no. Snapping on edges just sounds very inconvenient. Because if you want to position something, like, really close to an edge, but you don't want it to actually do the full screen thing, that sounds super tedious. The bottom one is the only one the window gets snagged on. Well, testing against my main monitor, like, yeah, nothing is snapping. Unless I have, like, snapping disabled or something. No, I have snapping fully enabled, it's just not fucking doing anything. When I drag a window, let me snap it without dragging all the way to the screen edge. I go, I'm gonna just fucking turn that off. Why the fuck? What the fuck just... Okay, so I disabled snap windows, and now I can't fucking move any window that's maximized. And dragging... Windows, what the fuck are you smoking? Now if I drag to the top, it doesn't maximize. That has nothing to do with snapping. Nope. No, if you disable snapping, you're just not allowed to move maximized shit unless you minimize it. And then if you enable snapping, you just if you disable it, you're just not allowed to maximize by dragging. What the fuck? That maximizing is not snapping. Okay, well, get rid of that. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Why the fuck is Windows 11 so garbage? Like, you would think the most popular operating system on the planet would not be a complete and utter dumpster fire. Are you sort of companies? How the fuck is this random UI bullshit useful to companies? It's just Windows is so fucking dumb and garbage. I am really looking forward to the possibility that SteamOS makes it more likely for people to start releasing random applications for Linux. Because I think I imagine that's probably the primary reason why a lot of people don't use Linux. There's just not support for a good chunk of this stuff that they use. Hard doubt SteamOS will share that. I don't know. I mean, Steam is fucking Steam. Steam is massive. And if a lot of people start using Steam exclusively, like, that's a decent chunk of people. Or at the very least, it'll get people looking at Linux. Yeah, no, I'm fucking turning that off. That's probably just against current workflow in Brain, but that's it's tweaking. Okay, yeah, I think this is a decent start. We got the classic 3 collectibles, level end, maybe a few different enemy types, blah blah blah, but you can build out single screen levels like this. Issue with Linux is going to be not all software will be available for all distros, and the terminal is unavoidable and most people. The terminal is not unavoidable. The terminal is only unavoidable until somebody makes something to bypass the terminal. If there is something that can be put into the terminal, you can make a UI for it. Like, someone could absolutely make a Linux distro that is specifically designed to be pretty and user-friendly. You just gotta have someone willing to put in the effort to make it. Okay, let's see if I can figure out how to do levels. People try making UIs for Linux. Matrix shows stuff those guys. So they can go beyond browsing videos on YouTube. Run into trivial issues which aren't graphically handleable on Linux. Like installing software drivers. You want to compile something that isn't. Do you really think the casual person is going to care about any of that? And also, installing software, you can absolutely do that with a UI. It's called right-click install. The casual person doesn't give a shit about drivers or compiling stuff because all of that should be handled in the background. And if it isn't available for their distro, they don't care about it because everything should be available for their distro. If you're trying to get people to move from Windows to a Linux distro, it needs to be as convenient as possible. Linux doesn't handle it because nobody has made one that handles it. Because I guess until previously, no one has needed to, because the majority of the Linux users just know how to do it themselves. Installing an NVIDIA GPU is non-trivial. The the GPU is the fucking physical box. You shove it into your computer tower. Yeah, but the thing, all of that is non-trivial because nobody has made it trivial. Nobody has built the system to make it trivial. And if you want to convince the majority of Windows users to move to Linux, you have to make it trivial for them because people are stupid and lazy. Not only do they not know how to, they don't fucking want to bother to learn. And some people just are incapable of learning. Although, for a good chunk of people, they don't need the super in-depth tech stuff. Like, so there's probably a lot of people that could get away with just base Linux and just never touch the terminal. Okay. I'm not really seeing anything about a level change system. Maybe I'm misremembering. It looks like most people are just saying when you need to go to a different level, just fucking load a new level. Linux has 3 billion different versions, so you cannot support everything out. Lights don't flicker. Every piece of software can and just pick a different home version. Or you can just tell me what it. Well, I mean, obviously you would have to just pick a main version. Because there's going to be like 3 to 5 primary distros that 99% of people would be using. Like, you can just make a quote-unquote definitive Linux for just the casuals to use, because they're not going to care about the differences. They're just like, oh, okay, this one's the Linux one? Okay, sure, download. Because they're not going to know about or care about the nuanced details. They're just like, which one works? Okay, that one, let me grab it. Like, at that point, the issue just becomes getting every single platform and company ever to decide on which Linux distro is the quote-unquote definitive distro. Because I imagine they would also prefer to only develop for a single version. Which means they probably would just be like, okay, which one does the most people use? Oh, it's Ubuntu? Cool, I'm just going to exclusively develop for Ubuntu. Okay. Okay, I think instead of just immediately going to the next level, I should, like, take away player control and then bring up like a little menu that's like go to next level or restart or like go to main menu. Every major version requires a full new compile. It's recommended to stay up to date. Have to like Yeah, but see, all of that is just issues of people like that's just an issue of Linux not being a dynamic environment, it sounds like. Like, that sounds like you're sacrificing dynamic compatibility for more control. Use unload current scene. Cannot open file. Why the fuck can you not open file? Oh, right, that's why you can't open file. It doesn't exist. Change scene. Yeah, fucking change scene to packed. The current scene node is immediately removed from the tree. Globals, main menu. Fucking level 0. Why are you not getting removed? It's the exact same fucking code. Target scene equals load. Dot instantiate. Get tree dot change scene to packed. Excuse me. Load. Wait. Dot. Is this needed? An issue of Linux updates so frequently that maintaining software is harder. The same issue happens in Windows. You just don't notice because it happened once every blue moon when .NET updates or Windows 12 or what. Oh, I mean, doesn't Windows also? Oh, you mean the OS itself updates so frequently? Can't change to a null scene. What the fuck do you mean can't change to a null scene? It's not a null scene. Level 1 dot... It fucking exists. This is bullshit. Why do you not work? It's probably null because your string is messed up. My string should be fine. Copy path. Res, colon, scenes. Fucking excuse me? Oh, you fucking... Absolute bullshit. Okay, well that wasn't it. Print the thing that is currently within load. What do you mean, the thing that is currently within load? No. Are you fucking kidding me? There we go. Trying to make it so that it doesn't cover any of the text. Okay. Res scenes. Scenes levels level 1.tscn. I find it interesting that it says can't change to a null scene. Use unload current scene if you wish to unload it. Why would I want to unload the scene I'm trying to change to? That makes absolutely no sense to me. Oh, wait a minute. Hang on. Maybe it means the current scene is null, so it cannot delete it properly. Maybe I'm doing, like, get tree.qfreeze somewhere else. Although, I wouldn't think that would be the case. P.scene is null is true. Unload current scene before you try changing. Okay, well that's not a thing, apparently. Unload current scene not found at base self. Hmm. The thing that's bothering me the most... Actually, wait a minute. Hang on. Hang on. If I go to level 0... Okay, no. Okay, I was thinking maybe the issue was I was starting on the main menu, and so the main menu is considered the primary scene, regardless of if I change to something else. But no, starting on the non-main menu, it still has the issue. Change scene to file? I mean, sure. Okay, that worked. Although it does not automatically get rid of the previous scene. Except it automatically got rid of the previous scene there. What the fuck? Changes the running scene to the one at the given path after loading it into a packed scene. I don't know what it even means by the running scene. Because you can have fucking 50 scenes running at the same time. I guess if it's a get tree. Maybe that just means it's current highest parent. Do unload scene again? Well, I mean, if I want to get rid of it, I can just fucking do get parent.queue free. But it should just do what it's supposed to do. I shouldn't have to do queue free. Specifically on the change scene to packed or whatever. Because that does explicitly state, hey, the current scene node is immediately removed from the tree. Unload current. Where's the fuck? Does this not have a search bar? Unload current scene. If a current scene is loaded, calling this method will unload it. I don't know how that's any different from queue free. Keys this node to be deleted at the end of the current frame. When deleted, all of its children are deleted as well. Yeah. The node is not deleted instantly. Okay, so it waits a little bit. Unload current scene deletes the entire node tree instead of just deleting a node. Well, I mean, if you do get tree.queueFree, it'll target the entire tree as well. But yeah, it looks like this is implicitly for unloading the entire tree. So, like, you can't use this for a single node. Although it's possible that this, like, runs instantly and it doesn't wait until the end of the frame. Although it does not specify. Calling the function can't hurt if you're changing a scene. Well, I mean, I don't need to call it. If I'm already doing queue free, it's removed from the thing. I kind of wish it would automatically go to remote whenever you launch debug. Go.auto open remote scene on debug launch. It's in editor settings. Open editor, editor settings, network. Oh, wait. Auto switch to remote scene tree. Thank you. Remote scene tree refresh interval. Click on 0.1. Fucking thank you. That's what you like to see. Yeah, we got Ed soon. So that's going to be a thing. But like my issue with this is that yeah, it works, but I shouldn't have to do this. Because change scene to packed exists for a reason. That reason being, it's supposed to automatically unload the current scene. And it works just fine on the main menu button press. Like it's the exact same fucking. Well, it was the exact same text. So I don't get why it would work in that instance, but it does not work in this instance. Maybe your level isn't a packed scene. Packed scene, simplified interface to a scene file. Scene equals preload. Use load instead of preload if the path isn't known at compile time. Yeah, it's just fucking. Packed scene is just scene.tscn. Can be used to save a node to a file. Instantiates the scene's node hierarchy. Triggers child scene instantiations. Hmm. I mean, like, this works. I would just rather use the same implementation every time, rather than changing how I change scenes. Like, optimally, I would just make a global change scene function that I just call. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna use the restroom, eat some foodstuffs while the ads are running. Hopefully they start soon. Oh, come on, run. Twitch. Why? Why do you give me a signal 5 minutes before the ads are supposed to run? Thank you. Thank you. Why do you give me a signal 5 minutes before the ads are supposed to run if you're not even going to run the ads at the end of that 5 minutes? Presumably, you already have them prepped and loaded. Okay. Although, running this... Actually, this is already 2 lines. Or rather, this is only 2 lines. So I don't know if it would be worth it to turn into a function, even if this did work. Hmm. Internet. Huh. I feel like I might have messed up the interval on the ad stuff. I think it reset. Like earlier, I was tweaking some stuff to look at something. Oh well, it's whatever. It will fix itself. Okay, go dot change scene. Depict not removing current scene. Alright, looking up the documentation doesn't matter because it's going to be the same stuff as this. The current scene is immediately removed from the tree. I wonder if it's throwing a shit because I'm trying to remove it in the middle of a frame rather than in between frames. Oh, for fuck's sake. Oh, you fuck off. Okay, there we go. Can't change to a null scene. Hmm. Let's go ahead and just hard code that. Cannot change to a null scene. Condition p scene is null, returning error invalid parameter. Okay, so change scene to packed returns invalid parameter if the scene is invalid. How is the scene invalid? This is the correct path. Hmm. Okay. Go dot get tray dot change scene to packed. Can't change scene to null. 25 isn't big, or isn't big enough, and the year isn't half over yet. Retiring from YouTube to pursuing a career in politics? Damn. That is kind of a whiplash change. Okay, so it works every time I click. He wants a group in the government to handle the legislative when it comes to content creation. That is very fair and very needed. Because the fucking legal system does not move fast enough with, like, just how fast copyright shit and games and content and the internet moves. I find it wild people, like, submitting code errors and stuff in, like, Steam discussions. Like, why would you not use, like, Reddit or Discord or something? I don't think doing this show is gonna work out though. Why not? You need a body in the legislation, so go become the body in the legislation. Change scene to pact is fucking stupid. It won't even tell me what I'm doing wrong. Yeah, sure, can't change to null scene. Why is it a null scene? Because clearly it's not a null scene. Fucking, it exists. Congress can't do shit if you get enough people to vote for you. You fucking get all, like, get a fuck ton of major YouTubers to back your cause. You have a fuck ton of people voting for you. There was a precedent in Yo times where games are a lot more janky. I don't needed some tinkering and stuff in stuff like Gmod. Yeah, I suppose. I suppose in Gmod's heyday, things like Discord wouldn't have been around. But it's fucking. It's printing something. So it's loading something. So it's not completely null. Maybe the scene is null, but the node exists. Although the node should be the scene. P underscore scene dot is null. The dev who uploaded to Steam is much more likely to see new messages than on some random small subreddit. Well, I mean, you're not uploading your error for the dev to see. You're uploading it for other users to see, to be like, hey, fucking, what did I do wrong? Specifically in the example of, like, Godot and your script is not doing what you want it to do. This isn't like a bug report. This is like, hey, help, I'm a dumb fuck. What am I supposed to do? Yeah, Godot is available on Steam. I just think it's very weird that you would use Steam discussions for this when there's like maybe I haven't used it, so I don't know the ecosystem, but I feel like there's much better options. Hmm. Godot, make a function, wait until between end. Sorry, make a function wait until end of frame. Okay, let's try this. Yield was fuck off. Why are you going to if you're going to remove shit? What what's the fucking point of this? Does it do the exact same thing? If it does the exact same thing, why would you change the name of it? Oh my fuck. Why would you remove shit? Don't remove functionality. Because now this fucking old forum or whatever solution to a thing doesn't fucking work anymore. No, that didn't work. Okay. Okay, looks like one of my lights might be a little bit loose or something. It's flickering every now and then. I'll have to replace that at some point. I suspect of negative reviews. Community manager. Oh, for fuck's sake. People are so fucking stupid. The community manager is not the people who make the game. Okay, well, call deferred didn't work. Oh, hello, hello. I was stuck in a cornfield. Good morning, with a rate of 2. I hope you're having a good day. Oh, Hollow Knight. Hollow Knight's very fun. How's the game dev going? It's being frustrating. I'm trying to change the currently loaded scene, but it's not working. Because on the title screen, I have this button that I click it, and it loads this scene just fine. And then on this little block right here, when the player collides with this hitbox, it's running more or less the exact same code. But then it just doesn't. It just shits out an error message saying cannot change to a null scene. Even though the scene is explicitly not null. Call deferred did not work. At the end of the current frame. Okay, so it's the issue isn't that I was running it in the middle of a frame. How is it? Trying to remove a collision object node in your on-body entered function, and you cannot do that. Basically, you should wait until the end of the current frame lifecycle to do so. Modifying a physics object while physics is being processed is not a good idea. Pardon me? Yeah, but I tried call deferred. Oh, wait a minute. Hang on. Sonic Colors Ultimate is Godot? What the fuck? Oh, no, that didn't work. Well, first off, I did not realize there was a Sonic Colors Ultimate. Although, very surprised that they would use a non-proprietary game engine. Although I guess some of the bigger AAA games use stuff like Unreal. Why are you not working? The thing exists. You're able to print the thing. It's not null. Just change the fucking scene. I'm loading the scene in properly. Oh, well, that fucking worked. Removing the .instantiate caused it to work. Maybe. Ooh, hang on. Change chain to packed. Dot call deferred. No. Made a remake? Okay. Okay, so removing the .instantiate. Oh wait, that's the wrong thing. Removing the .instantiate caused it to work again, but it's not unloading, even though it says it's supposed to. The game is using functions and referencing 3 separate engines at once. But why though? That just sounds terrible. Why are you not unloading? Why are you not unloading? Why are you not doing? Just replace whatever piece wasn't working for the current hardware anymore. Fair. That's fair. It's the exact same fucking code. The only difference is the thing that's calling it. And fucking apparently nobody knows what the solution is. I mean, there was that one message that said you're trying to remove a collision object node in your on-body insert function, and you can't do that. But then they just recommend using call deferred, which doesn't fucking do anything. Method string name. Fucking thank you! There we go! Fucking not intuitive in the slightest. Okay. So the instantiate. Okay. So instantiate is used for something else. Instantiate is used to create the node itself, but just loading the path is for blah blah blah. Typing instantiate correctly might help. Yeah, it might. But you see, the issue is it uses a fucking T. The letter T does not make the S sound. Because second Latin. Bullshit. Cannot change to a null scene. Okay, yeah, because this is loading it as a node, not as a scene. Even though a node can be a scene. But I guess a scene is more than just a node. It might have a node, but it also has other data. Presumably. Okay. I don't think instantiate is supposed to be pronounced with a S sound. You think it should be pronounced instantiate? That does... Well, I mean, it's derived from the term instance. You are creating an instance of something. You are instantiating it. Instantiating it. Makes sense to me that it would have this sound. Okay, so... No standard TI pronunciation. Pronunciation. Instantiate. I don't know. Pronunciation. Well, that's still kind of just like C. But that's also CI, not TI. Oh, at the end. TION. TIATE. Okay, I can kind of see that. Although I've always pronounced it instantiate. But I can definitely see instantiate being a way that someone has used it. Okay, so I'm just going to just copy this. Okay, so scene path. Actually, wait. Actually, no, if this is already just a single line, I definitely don't need to make it into a function. Google has declared that indeed is the way I thought it was. Oh well, can't argue with Google, the supreme overlord of pronunciation. In American English, the she is a little slurred. Possibly. Would it be a... This feels like a bad idea to turn a single line into an entire function. It feels like it would be better to just fucking do the line. I mean, I guess this would make for easier reading. Yes, I'm slowly learning that Godot is stupid. You can only call functions that are part of your node. Wait, I can't just fucking do like... Well, I mean... I have the globals node. This is preloaded. It's just always there. So I can have global variables. Globals are unclean. I don't follow. Okay, on button pressed. I'm just gonna call deferred every time I change scenes, just to be safe. What are you doing? Why? Why are you broken now? Why do you break as soon as this isn't the fucking starting level? Fuck! Global state is almost less bad because you can't control it. You don't know which piece of code will change the global state. No. Actually, I can know which piece of code will change the global state because there's exactly 2 points in the game that ever do global.money equals blah blah blah. As an example. Okay, so this does properly unload the scene if that is the first scene that is ever launched. But it does not unload it properly if it is not. Oh my god, what the fuck is wrong with you, Godot? Why do you have a function that says it's going to unload shit if it doesn't unload shit? I kinda need the scenes. Do I? Did I fuck up the... No, I have it set to every 3 minutes. Make the topmost node game, and just make this scene a child node of game every time you switch scenes. Well, that still has the same issue of having to manually delete shit. Like, that's the exact same issue, just moved somewhere else. Because we know loading a node just works. No, it's the same issue because this is... I could load a node and then just do get tree.q free, and it would be just fine. But I want to fucking use called deferred because it's supposed to do that automatically, and then it would be a single line rather than 2 lines. Because I could absolutely just do create new load or create new node or whatever the fuck, and then queue. I can also just do fucking call deferred, and then queue free. The issue isn't being able to call a scene. The issue is this is supposed to delete the current scene automatically, and it's not. Or rather, the change scene to packed is not doing that. Well, we got ads soon. Although they're not running. They need to be running. Yeah, I definitely have something messed up with ads. Because they're scheduled. It looks like they're scheduled to go off roughly every like 45, 46 minutes, when it's supposed to be every 60 minutes. There we go. Oh, okay. I messed up the ad. Okay, I did mess it up. I had it set to run 2.5 minutes every 50 minutes, rather than 3 minutes every 60 minutes. Okay. Now it should be fixed. Or, well, it will get fixed after the next upcoming cycle. You can snooze ads without punishment. No. You do get punished if you snooze ads. You get punished with pre-roll ads. Like, the reason I do 3 minutes an hour is to disable pre-roll ads. Hmm. Dismissing the ad does just... Not sure what you mean by that. Because, like, after the ads play, I get 60 minutes of pre-roll off. So, if I were to, like, disable ads or, like, dismiss ads or whatever, there would be a few minutes of pre-rolls on before it actually got around to finalizing an ad sequence. Because if you could just start an ad and then immediately cancel it to get the benefit, that feels like a pretty major oversight. Also, Twitch, why do you insist on making like all the quick actions just a miscellaneous minimalist icon? I don't know what any of this shit is supposed to be. Give me text so that I can read. Okay, well, I'm going to remove that. Remove that, remove that. Delete. There we go. When a scheduled ad is trying to run, you have the option to snooze it for 1 or so minute if you're in the middle of something and it's coming at a bad time. Snooze it before it runs. Yeah, snoozing an ad snoozes it for 5 minutes. Okay, so it looks like if I have 8 or more quick actions, it removes the text and just gives the nondescript minimalist labels. which is kind of garbage. But yeah, you get 3 snoozes. But if I snooze and it pushes the ads back by 5 minutes, that's just going to mean 5 minutes of pre-roll on. I mean, we can test it. If it doesn't affect pre-roll, that seems like it would be very odd. No, I would argue it would be pretty dumb if it doesn't affect pre-roll. Because the whole purpose of the pre-rolls is if you run 3 minutes of... Where is this? Where is this? Okay, it's not showing me the exact formula. But it's like every 10 seconds you get... Every 10 seconds of ads you get like 30 minutes or 10 minutes of no ads or whatever. But it maths out to you need 3 minutes of ads per 60 minutes of video. Of streaming. You can let it auto snooze during hype trains. That's a good point. Hello, Creeper. I don't know. I just feel like if the entire point of the mechanic is 3 minutes of ads mean 1 hour of no ads, no pre-rolls rather. It feels like if you're able to just snooze the ads to push them back a little bit and just get free extra time, like then there's really no reason to not always be snoozing. I mean, I guess you have to, maybe you only get 1 snooze back every time an ad does run. That's why snoozes are limited to 3. They regenerate over time, but yeah, you do only get a maximum of 3 snoozes in your inventory at a time. At least I assume they regenerate. Only having 3 snoozes for the entire stream would be kind of ridiculous. Actually, the next ads are scheduled to start in 37 minutes, and I have 50 minutes of pre-roll. Because I messed stuff up. So I'll try snoozing to push it back, and I'll see if that affects the pre-roll. No. Nope. It pushed the ads back 5 minutes each time, but it did not affect the pre-roll off. Yeah, no, the pre-roll timer continues as normal. It didn't add anything to it. It didn't, like, pause it. No, that's... I don't think... Well, I mean, I guess odd is relative. I mean, that makes sense to me. Like, your hype train thing was a pretty good point. It would be kind of unfortunate for new people to join, but the hype train possibly, like, having the auto pause on hype trains is probably because, like, the people that are already there are likely going to be the people that are doing the donations. Hype Train also put you on the front page too, though? I do not know on that one. Right now I'm trying to find... Yeah, auto snooze ads. Enable this setting to automatically snooze ads during high engagement movements like hype trains. Learn more. What are example of high engagement movements that auto snooze can sense? Can detect hype trains. Oh, exclusively hype trains. Okay. You can snooze it for 5 minutes. If you'd like to cancel, blah, blah. It's not telling me how fast snooze recovers. Like, if I hover over the snooze button, it says available in an hour. Not right now, but like after I pressed it, it said that. But so I don't know if that means I will get one more snooze in an hour, or if just every hour it fully refills. So it's like, to me it seems like even in the best case scenario, you're able to snooze the ads for 15 minutes per hour. But like, the only purpose I see for that is if you're like doing something that is prioritizing the people that are already in the stream. But even still, like, what could possibly be so like relevant that you can't just wait 3 minutes and then have the entire next hour immediately available? Any active online game irrelevant? I mean, I guess if it's like a versus game where like an individual match would be less than 5 minutes, I could see that being relevant. But like, if you're playing like an MMO or something, you can just like, I guess if you're in the middle of combat, maybe. But like, alternatively, you can just go fucking sit under a palm tree for 3 minutes. Like, if I were to ever stream an online game, I would like I would still adhere to the 3-minute, like the ads break, if I can. Although, I guess if you're playing with other people, like directly, that would be an issue. Or games can last about an hour. What the fuck are you playing where a game lasts about an hour? Like, I guess maybe like a super duper duper long Smash Brothers set, or like a proper tournament type thing where you immediately go into the next match. Smash Brothers and esports. Okay, fair. Okay, I'm looking through the Hype Train FAQ. I'm not seeing anything immediately about it putting you on the front page. But also, like, even if I can snooze ads, I don't think I want. I don't think I would want to do it every time. I would prefer to have the ads be running at the same time every time, just so like people can get a feel for the schedule. But also, like, even if you're doing something that lasts around an hour, if the ads happen to fall in the middle of it, like, even delaying them by 15 minutes isn't going to, like, sometimes it might not push it into non-active territory. So, like, I imagine most of the time it's probably better to like, just bite the bullet and just eat the 3 minutes. Because you're potentially going to have to eat the 3 minutes anyway. So, better to just eat the 3 minutes now and then just not have 15 minutes of pre-rolls. Why the fuck do you not do your job? You're supposed to delete the current scene. Actually, hang on. The current scene is immediately removed from the tree. Not necessarily the current nodes? Technically, maybe? This ensures that both scenes aren't running at the same time, while still freeing the previous scene in a safe way similar to node.queueFree. Well, it's not working. Like it's properly loading the new scene. It's just not unloading the previous scene. It's not spitting any errors. Go dot change scene to packed, loads scene but does not unload prior scene. Maybe change scene to file. No. That also doesn't work. Fuck. What are you trying? I'm trying to change the current scene. And the issue is whenever I... Okay, if I launch the game from the title screen, go into level 1, and then hit this is the level goal hitbox, it loads in the new scene. Well, I start on level 0, but it loads in the new scene, and then it does not get rid of the old scene. Now, I could fix this by just doing fucking git tree.queueFree. Huh? The fuck? I've done this before. Am I fucking misspelling Q free? Am I a dumbass? No. Get parent. Okay, yeah. So if I do get parent.queueFree, it then properly removes the everything. It properly removes the old scene. The issue is get tree.change scene to packed, which is what I'm using over here. I'm just doing call deferred to make it wait until the end of the current frame so that things don't get upset. Change scene to packed is supposed to automatically remove the old scene, and it's not. So that is what the issue is. So either I'm doing something wrong, or the documentation is fucking bollocks. And this says, while freeing the previous scene in a safe way similar to node.queue_free, which node.queue_free is the fucking implementation that I use to get around the issue. Which this should be fucking baked in. Are you sure you need to call the scene something where it needs to? What do you mean by scene something? Change scene to packed right here, that's a function. It's just call deferred. Basically just means, hey, what function do you want to do? What arguments are you putting into that function? Take all of that, wait until the end of the frame, and then execute it. So all call deferred is doing is being a dynamic timer that waits until the current frame has finished. Because the game sometimes gets upset if you try to mess with physics objects in the middle of a physics calculation. Used plain text for the levels? What do you mean plain text? Like you used an external script editor? I mean, Godot does support C#. It just doesn't let you use the built-in script editor for C#. No, you're good. Godot is just it's being very stupid. It's being very annoying. And it gets even worse because if I like the issue only happens if I initially load the game to the main menu and then try to change scenes. If I just load the scene directly, it just fucking works. It Okay, let me go ahead and just like erase some of this stuff so it's more obvious whenever we change scenes. There we go. So like, I do have a solution. I just don't like it. Hmm. Well, I mean, I suppose if it works, it works. I'd like to work on making levels anyway. I wonder if I could put the spikes into the tile atlas. Okay, I think I'm gonna... A little platform up here. Where you can be. And then... Got your little classic staircase. Um... Why did we just crash? Excuse me? Why are we crashing? What the fuck? I didn't change anything. If I remove Q free, Then we have fucking this issue, where the previous scene does not get removed. But only if I load from the main menu. Or rather, if I load from a separate scene. This is fucking bullshit, is what this is. The debugger got angry because I tried to load level 2.tscn, and level 2.tscn doesn't exist. May want to add a check for an existing scene. Well, I mean, it doesn't matter. I could just... Actually, yeah. The error itself doesn't do anything, but if it's allowed to just freely delete the last existing scene, that's an issue. I mean, yeah, I mean, you joke, but unironically, why is it so fucking hard to just, oh, you want to change the current scene? No problem. I will remove the current scene and then add in the new scene. It's just get tree.add sibling and then get tree.queue_free. Why is this not built in? Wait, Godot, what the fuck is wrong with you? Recommended to just run scenes as a child node. Then what's the point of having a root? What's the point of having a root if I have to just make my own root? Also, sidebar, I should just be given full control over the root. I should just be able to do whatever the fuck I want with this. What is this position? Is this like... Oh, this is the window itself. Okay, you definitely start windowed. Multiplayer authority. No, we don't have multiplayer. Ah, yes, 32,000 pixel wide window. That'll totally be visible. Okay, so root is just the window itself. This is bullshit. It should not be so asinine to do a scene change. You know, a fundamental action that is in basically every video game ever. Invalid node name. What? Go fuck yourself. Fuck you. I'll have quotation marks if I want to have quotation marks. That is gonna confuse me of it at some point. That's gonna bite me in the ass at some point. Okay, so we have fucking quote unquote root. You know, actually no. I'm definitely renaming that. Okay, so fucking fake root. Function ready. Add child. Var t equals main menu dot tscn dot instance instantiate load. Actually, wait. I could maybe preload that because it's not a dynamic. Okay, so main menu scene equals blah blah blah. Project settings, general. Ba, 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 ba. Okay, I can't just do get absolute parent because that'll also grab the fake root. They should have error logs. If a game engine doesn't have error logs, I'm not using it. Like, no, that's unacceptable. You can grab the real root with gettree.root. Yes. Yeah, I believe I've seen that before. Are we currently having a problem where grabbing the real root would solve something? We don't need a... I guess because we could do gettree.root.addChild. Hmm. Okay. So... root is a special node that shan't be touched. To my understanding, the true root is like, based on what these variables look like, the true root is just the window itself. It looks like the window itself is treated as a node. Embedded window can't be moved. Why the fuck not? What if I want to do a funky point and click horror game where the window itself is actively trying to avoid the user's cursor? Huh? You ever think about that? Although that would be incredibly dependent on the hardware setup. And it would also force you to play in windowed mode. Although I could definitely see some very interesting meta shenanigans where, like, moving the window around functions like kind of similar to like the Lens of Truth in like Zelda, where like depending on where the monitor is on screen, the actual like it functions as a window. So like you see different things as it moves because you're getting like you're physically moving the quote unquote camera around the scene. But then again, you're limited to whatever the user's window resolution size is. And then, like, oh, what happens if they fucking drag it off to a higher monitor? Huh. That is kind of snapping. Interesting. Odd. 6 monitors and move at 10,000 pixels. You want true ending? Better cough up the money. Get a 5 monitor setup, arrange them in a pentagon formation. Get window can be used to move it. Okay, maybe it just doesn't like you manually moving it via the inspector. Hardware dependent gameplay. Honestly, that does sound very interesting. It's just it would also be incredibly limiting as to who would actually be able to fully or even partially experience the game. Get window is just get treat at root. Oh my goodness, just it's like the if you want to fucking beat the game, you have to have like an ultra wide monitor to get the maximum sized window. Or you have to plug the game into like is do movie theaters have like a specific type of projector, or is it just high quality because it's like just fucking massive ass screen? Although they might not have used projectors for a while, they might just have big ass screens. Man, unironically, like I could see that being a really cool meta game, like meta themed game. It's just it would have the downside of being hardware dependent. Main limit isn't movement, but the size of your window. You collect screens to make your screen bigger and access new stuff. I can't fucking remember what it was called, but there was a game on itch that I saw a while back where its whole gimmick was, I think it was like a bullet hell type thing, but the game was played in windowed mode, but it had multiple windows. So if you wanted to move around, you had to like make multiple windows overlap each other so that you could actually traverse physically. OBS would probably explode if you did window capture on that. But a game that forces you to play in windowed mode and like one of the collectible upgrades is increasing the size of the window, that could be funny. Like the game is always in the same resolution, but the window is actually just changing your field of view. Kind of like if you're in like dark areas in a normal game, like you get more torchlight and then the vignette expands. So it's like technically you don't need to make the window bigger, it's just highly recommended. Itch multi-window gimmick game. Window kill? Okay, yeah, that I think that was the one I was thinking of. Shoot the window edges to push it around your screen. Okay, maybe. Okay, no, I think this is the one I was thinking of. I was just thinking it played differently. I was imagining something that was more platformer, but you like click and drag the windows in order to change with which paths are accessible to you. Yeah, definitely gonna just go ahead and drop that into game suggestions because I would love to mess with that at some point. Oh, it's also on Steam. That's cool. Okay, I'm gonna... Actually, no, ads are starting in 4.5 minutes. I'll use the restroom then. Okay. We can also... In about, like, a little less than 13 minutes, the snooze is recovered, so we'll see if that gives us back 1 snooze or if it gives us 3 snoozes. Transparent borderless window that runs away from the cursor. Man. Man, that would be so cool. Using the physical window itself as a game mechanic. Cannot be manually moved. Ouch. No cheese for you. Make sure to account for the player trying to resize it. I'm just trying to think of what I would do with like a window gimmick. There's the idea of like moving the window could be the camera, but then you're limited by monitor. Hmm. Ooh, what if when you launch the game, it actually opens like X number of windows? Maybe it's 3, maybe it's 5, whatever. And each of those windows is a different like environment. And like in window 1, your player spawns in, but you could click and drag the player into a different window. So like say window 1 is like a 2D like well, I mean, I imagine they're all 2D platformers. Window 1 is like more art style, whatever, like Hollow Knight stuff, like drawn art style. And then like maybe window 2 is like 8-bit, like Mario type stuff. And you drag it into the new instance and the art style changes, but maybe all of the mechanics are the same. You can go ahead and send the funny window thing in like programming or maybe stream chat or something. Yeah, pre-roll ads are on. Run an ad break to disable them. Okay. So yeah, snoozing the ad does not disable pre-rolls explicitly. Hmm. If you minimize the game, it just kills the player because their environment just shrunk and crushed them. You could maybe do like a sandbox simulator where you could like drag the window around to shake up the stuff on the inside. Okay, ads will be soon. And then I can go use the restroom and finish eating my chicken. Oh, come on, Twitch. Run the ads. Why do you always take so fucking long? What? Excuse me? Why the fuck is it only 2.5 minutes? I have it set to 3 minutes. Okay, whatever. Okay, ads should now be 3 minutes. Fuck. I guess maybe Twitch doesn't like you updating the ad settings in the middle of a stream. Because I had to disable and then re-enable them. Okay, we got 3.5 minutes until the snooze is regenerated. Hopefully it gives you back all 3. So then you get 3 snoozes per hour. Oh, well, you can absolutely... Wait a minute. Game start. Oh, I'm not using change scene to packed for the main button. I'm a fucking dumbass. Oh boy. Okay, well, we already know there. can't change the null scene in his streams. No. Don't put that curse into the world. Hmm. Okay, here's better idea. Better idea. Better idea. Function change to new scene. Actually, hang on. I don't want to just do change. I guess change scene. I don't think is used by Godot. Yeah, no. Okay, so reality was not found. when Azathoth gets into programming. Hmm? Okay, so we already know that getTree.root.addChild and then QFree just works, which Yami pointed out earlier. Fine. Game. We will... Game. Godot. Get... Ooh, fuck. You know, I'm just gonna hope that whatever this is always a direct child of the thing immediately under root. Root shouldn't have more than one child at any time. I know. So you can get the one child of root? Oh, so like delete it before adding the new child? Get child dot root. Get tree dot root dot get child. Expected at least one call. Index 0. Oh, I know. Index 1 because global is going to be index 0. Okay, so get tree.root, get child 1, QFree, and then add new scene. And then am I allowed to just do globals dot change scene? Okay, so hey, it just works. Okay, so then this is load. Long live the power of jank. Honestly, this is less jank than what I was doing. Please work. Nice. I was just like really set on using the built-in change scene function, but apparently that's fucking broken. Oh, you get one. You regenerate one snooze every 60 minutes. Making the change set unexpected path. Ooh, that's a good idea. Okay, so var target scene equals scene new scene path. New scene instance. Yeah, Creeper, that is true. The other coders are wide awake because they managed to find the non-null path. Okay, so new scene path. Okay, so that's the grid container. Okay, and then game start. The non-null path was the friends who made along the way, possibly. But yeah, that's also a good reason to not burn all 3 snoozes at once because you only get 1 per hour regenerating. Excuse me. Okay, so click, click, click. Nice. Okay, okay, well that just quits. Level 0 player menu handler. Copy. I'm gonna go ahead and rename that to be more cohesive. Okay, level 0. The shinies do not change the level. Neither do the hazards. Killbox? Oh, it has no shape. Fuck off. No, not killbox. Level goal. Okay, so globals dot load new change scene. Okay, so will you just work? We have 12 errors instantly. Can't change the state. Oh, right. Call deferred. New instance equals load dot call deferred queue free. Queue free always already waits until. Oh, true. Cannot change this state while flushing queries. Use call deferred or set deferred to change the monitoring state instead. It says line 9. Add child. Why the fuck would add gettree.root.add child? Why would that be the issue? And then it crashes. Okay, so if you attempt to instantiate a null, it crashes the game. The fuck's a Wayland? Sounds familiar. Oh, that's Linux. Okay. Why would add child be an issue? Yeah, Tubbo was commenting that Wayland would hate window kill. You can't call defer the add child. Oh, I can. I wasn't thinking. Or rather, I was thinking, but I wasn't thinking about the programming. There we go. Although it still crashes if we attempt to spawn, if we attempt to change into a null scene. I wonder if I can just put a call deferred at the very start. Nope. No, I can't. If new scene instance equals null return. True. Yeah, that would be better than fucking throwing it before every instance of globals.change scene. So, do. Huh? Excuse me? Check a print. I don't know if... Is Panic here? I don't know if Godot has Panic. Oh, you mean just a raw string? Oh. The load expects the path to exist. Oh, add child. Or... Wait. Load. Oh, this load. Okay. So... Excuse me. If new scene path... Oh, but the scene path still does exist. Fuck. If... That? Maybe? No. Resource loader dot exists. Returns whether a recognized resource exists for the given... Oh, okay. Nope. An optional type hint can be used to further specify... Oh, fuck, that's not gonna work because some of the strings that I'm inputting are dynamic. Wait. Wait. The load function is also part of the resource loader class. Interesting. Will return true if the path exists. You need to invert it. Huh. Neat. Wait. Oh yeah, if it does not exist. Right. Well, actually, no, if it's ellipses, then it's still the same sentence, so you do not give it a capital. I'm surprised this isn't the standard behavior for load, though. Oh, to just print an error and then just not do anything? Yeah, that would make sense. Okay, so if the path does not exist, fucking don't do anything. If the load fails, just return null. Oh, so like, just skip the load entirely, but then just keep going with the rest of the code? Okay, yeah, I think... Okay, yeah, there's two C's in the word access. If the load would fail, instead of returning the scene, it returns null, so you can explicitly check, hey, is this null? Ah, true. Oh, so like, down here, it would be new scene instance equals load, blah, blah, blah. And then in between these, I could do is new scene instance null. Okay, that makes sense. For the past 40 years. I mean, yeah, fucking exploding and just crashing the game because of something not existing does seem a tad excessive. Like, if you try to grab some data and the data doesn't exist, you should just be like, yo, the data doesn't exist. I can't do anything with this. You can let stuff just fail as long as the main components just work, ignore it, or B, any unintended result means the program is faulty and should crash to avoid further error. I'm pretty sure crashing to avoid further errors is worse than just letting the errors run. Because that's just like, oh, this one thing didn't work? Okay, let's just kill everything. I mean, like, I guess for like if you have like a security system or whatever that you're building, you need to ensure with 100% certainty that everything does do exactly what it's supposed to do. But for like a game, for like a vidya game, you just let it do what it do. It just runs through and through. I wonder if the dynamic automatic ad snoozing for stuff like hype trains, I wonder if that uses your 3 snoozes, or if it's like a freebie because you don't get to choose when it happens and you ignored error can be exploited. Yeah, absolutely. That's what makes video games fun. Well, one of the reasons. You get to do funky shenanigans. And yes, I'm aware that video games are not the only type of program. Ignored errors can also be security vulnerabilities. Okay, well, we got a functioning change scene. So, if new scene path does not exist, print stupid fucking idiot, fucking dumb, stupid idiot. The fuck is wrong with you, stupid idiot? And then return. And then new scene instance equals new scene path dot instantiate. And then remove the child, and then add a new child. Cool, cool. So most likely, we might eventually add like a fade out effect here. So like fade to black, then change the scene, and then fade back in. And we can probably add the fade out canvas object onto globals .tscn. Okay, I'm wanting to have 16 levels. So maybe we could have like do it just Mario style, just 4 levels of a theme, 4 levels of a theme, blah blah blah. Ooh, there's an interesting idea for a puzzle game. You're only able to enter the levels through the level select. It's not like beat the first level, then you just move to the next one. But the level select is broken. So like you start with like fucking like 3 levels, like 0, 4, 10, and then you have to solve puzzles in those levels in order to actually collect the button to be allowed to enter other levels. Maybe like some of them are, oh, you explicitly found the 7 button. Or maybe one of them is a blank button that you can then place on anything. Although, that would then add player agency. Making it just preset buttons would allow you more control in how the player is routed through the game. Actually, hang on. No. Okay, I was gonna say if the scene is null, then load the you win screen. Because the only time the scene would be null is on the very last level. But that also means if anything ever fucks up, the player's gonna just wrong warp directly to the credits sequence. And we do not want that. Hmm. Speedrun tech. Yeah, true. Okay, after you beat it, I definitely want to, at the very least, pause. If null, boot him to the main menu. That's also a good point. Okay, so if new scene path does not exist, new scene path equals main menu. Okay. Okay, so I definitely want, when you hit the end level trigger, I want the, like, remove player control, so you can't move. And then, like, bring up some screen or whatever. End of level menu. And then what we're going to do is I'm just going to copy, paste. Okay, so go ahead and fucking remove that. Remove that. Do 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 da 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 na na. Okay, next level. Okay, so button create, and then button down, and then level goal. Get parent would not work because the button its parent is end of level menu. I guess I can do the same thing that we did in globals, just that. Okay, so that. globals.change scene. Okay, so So then level goal. So this should just pause the timer. Okay. So then end of level menu. We're just gonna fucking leave this. Actually, hang on. Pause. Can I have a color rectangle? Thank you. And full rectangle. Color. Okay, what did the main menu do? Color rectangle. Visibility? Modulate? Maybe? But it's very... Actually, better idea. Instead of figuring out what I did, I'm just gonna copy paste it. There we go. Okay, so end of level menu starts out hidden, but okay, so even if it's hidden, the button does not work. Interesting. Usually hiding things does not change their functionality. Okay, so then we go over to the level goal, and then we do dot visible. Oh, sorry. Wait, hang on. Dot visible equals true. Okay. And I'm just gonna go ahead and get rid of the player. We don't need them anymore, and I kind of don't want to bother programming in. Does the player have control? Does the player not have control? Okay, so bring up the end of level menu, and then player.queueFree. Color.rectangle. We can have a nice. Let's have a nice blue. Okay, so let's go. Doing, 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 doing. boing. Invalid assignment of property or key visible with type of bool on base object type null instance. Oh, right. I don't have a end of level menu in level 1, level 0 rather. You know, it would be nice if there was a way to have all the children of a prefab be visible under here and editable. Because I would love to make a prefab that's just like a folder of everything that exists in every level. So then I could just drag that in and it's like, okay, add in 3 shinies, add in level goal, add in the end of level thing, add player. So it's just like a folder of 5 things that I just plop in because I know they're going to exist in every single level. That would be nice. Okay. Boing, next level, boing, next level. Nice. Okay, so probably not going to be full screen of it, like for the full thing. Okay, so we have the next level button. Kinda wish the text scaled. Does not look like it wants to scale. Main menu. Main menu. And then go ahead and delete and then add new script because it has a slightly different code. Don't need that. Okay, so my folders are an absolute mess. I'm sorry? Scenes, levels, main menu. Oh, okay. It was connecting to the wrong thing. What do you mean? What do you mean? It does not exist. Copy path. Wait. Oh, okay, that makes sense. Okay. Oh, right. Wait. Oh, fucking scaling! I hate scaling! Because the canvas objects do not automatically account for the scaling. Okay. So now label. Do 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 do. Oh, fuck off, phone. Okay, so this can not be made any bigger because fucking bullshit. Why is there not a boolean that says just automatically scale the text to match the size of the object? I feel like that should be a thing. Whatever. Okay, and then label on ready. Uh, text equals timer dot timer dot text. So do. Huh. Oh, not on ready. Not on ready. Because it does exist before it's made visible. Okay, so do we hidden emitted when the canvas item must redraw? No. Visibility changed? I guess I could do visibility changed because I only ever changed the visibility once. Node not found. timer. Get node. Okay, so I need to do get node dot dot. Fucking, there's no wildcard. I don't know if there's a way to just do anything. I mean, I guess I can do this to get the level. Variant? How do you mean? Variant is a wildcard. Yes. How do you mean variant? What is the syntax? Do I just type the word variant? Ugh. Okay, well that works. Okay, I'm actually gonna go ahead and just end stream now because we only got 4 minutes left. Actually, wait. Do I end at 5:10 or 5:20? Oh, I end at 5:20. Okay, never mind. So we'll have some time left. Although, this seems to handle milliseconds pretty well. Okay, we are back. We got a game coming together. Woo woo. Yeah. Hmm. Probably want some UI near the top so that the timer isn't just in the level. I could maybe have like a shinies collected X out of 3. Maybe level name if I want to do level names. Hmm. Okay, so collision, looking for terrain and player. Body entered. Okay, impact detector. And then duplicate kaboom AoE. Actually, instead of having a second one, I could probably just on body entered, just expand this hitbox and then immediately check for a new conditioning. So it's like on body entered radius plus 0.5 or whatever, plus 2, and then immediately check for any bodies, and then if one of them is the player, kill them. Oh, but then that would That would only give me a 1 frame kill range. I'd have to delay. So like make it bigger, and then be checking every frame, and then after like half a second, destroy the object. Because what I'm imagining this is just exploding barrel. It just drops down, hits ground, explodes. Or maybe I just do boulder instead of maybe just no explosion. Just on body entered. Everyone loves boulder. True. If body dot name equals player. Probably gonna need this at some point, so I'll just go ahead and do that. Else Q, not Q to redraw, free. Okay, move. Wait, no, move and slide isn't going to be allowed to be here. You know what? How about position dot y plus equals 1. So every frame it will move down 1 unit until it collides with either the player killing them or the terrain destroying itself. So let's go to level 1. And then let's just throw in... I never saved this. Boulder. Yeah, I can spell. Okay, so let's go into level 0 and just drag. Nice. Hey. Okay, now we end the stream after I fucking make them a little bit faster. Maybe not that fast. Okay, I'll leave it there. Okay, I have to go. Bye bye.